Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I had a cool thing in the background. So if you look right there, courtesy of Gearbox 2K and especially Epic Game Store, sent me one of these cool Wonderlands. It's got LEDs in the back. They're not on right now because my cats go crazy at that. But it's a cool wall thing. So that's gonna be part of the backdrop behind me. I gotta move the It's like in front of some of the other stuff I have on the wall behind me. So I gotta move those around, spread it out. Probably get like a step ladder or something so I could put something up here. Yeah, Kevin's excited about it too, right, Kevin?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quagsire.
Quagsire indeed. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 21 months. Incredible support. Means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, let's greet everyone else. I have bad allergies this morning, so if I sound subdued, it's because I'm trying to choke back sneezes. It's the worst. Right, Kevin? Yeah, you're a good boy. Glenny, Control, New Mexico. All bright and early. You love to see it. You love to see it. We got Jaybridge with a casual flex of that follow time. Let's go. How you doing, Jaybridge? Jester, good to see you. Hope you're well. Gage, how you doing? Good Wolf. And, oh, hey, that's good timing. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Good Wolf. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jackaboy, long time no see. Hope you've been well. Loading screen boss, good to see you. Sen, hope you're well. Sora. Less handsome Jack, how you doing? Itsukado. Zank, Shay. Cat, you are purring very loud. You don't really do this. You having a good morning? I think Kevin's having a good day. With your Frost Shaver build and me slapping on constant damage enchantments on everything finally made it to Chaos 50, let's go. That's a big milestone. I predicted the first enemy you kill
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
will function exactly like a colony shroom regardless of what its name or skin is. I'm so confused, Sen. What? Hey, Snowspawn, how are you? Brucey, Roddy, David. I mean, yes, Flex is genuinely curious. Fair enough. Doing great, finishing up the DLC stuff in my sport. Did for Blight Collar, then go and farm Panamacium and Twister. How am I? Allergies are kicking my butt today. Other than that, I'm doing great. Doing great. Later today, I'm gonna mess with my wall stuff back there to have an appropriately nerdy wall. I realize why Kevin's so happy now. He's got a new box over there to play with. That came in. So, he's a happy kitty today. Pericles, thank you so much for the 4 months with the 4 streak. I appreciate it. Okay, can I have my hand? Oh, he changed his mind last second, but I still made it. What's in the box? New box is like Catsmith, it really is. Try not to make an inappropriate joke and let it out. Made a joke at the conversation official 2 nights ago. The person that all mobs in Wonderlands are exactly the same. Oh, that one. Yeah, that one. That one. So today, I want to farm for some upgrades for various builds. There's a few items I want to keep an eye out for. Probably gonna hit the melee bunny because there's some science I want to do with a couple of those weapons. And also, a passing thought I'd had a few days ago. Lazy went and confirmed that the swing DPS of a Great Axe is actually kind of absurd. Like, if you're swinging a melee weapon for a melee attacking build, a purple might be optimal until you get a well-rolled Salt and Battery, which is funny. So I'll probably farm for some of those, among other things. Upgrades exist. Hey Viper, how you doing? Reckless Monster, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag collar.
Quag collar, indeed. Thank you so much, Reckless Monster. Good to see you. Thank you for the continued support. Over a year, 13 months and counting. It means a lot. Thank you. You see the all character one life and BL3 challenge? I did. That is very interesting to me. I might honestly tackle that at some point soon. It's a cool idea. Shout out to Harfmill for coming up with that. If you want to see the creator of said challenge doing his thing, that's his Twitch. Go follow him there. Quag collar next, please? Maybe. Not giving up my twin souls on my swing melee, you can't make me. If I get a good roll, then maybe we'll even respec Barbara to try it out. The comment and curse testing about solid battery. I mean, that doesn't sound cursed, son. That just sounds like how it's supposed to work. Hey, Comfortably Dumb. How you doing? Evil, good to see you. Solid Battery's nuts. Rolled an Ascended one yesterday. My Claw Stalker went from Pickaxe Blender to a joke. Solid Battery is so strong. It's so strong. Even though it loses in, like, card DPS to a Great Axe or a Pickaxe, the fact that that Dagger Storm does so much on top of you having a really good crit multiplier from it, it makes up the loss from having the... Honestly, Solid Battery's card damage is kind of shit compared to other weapons, but the effect and the crit damage is so good that it just makes it all up. That's why I don't use Solid Battery much, because I use Executioner's Blade a lot, and Executioner's Blade cares more about the base than the swing DPS. So, kind of funny. And thank you guys so much for kicking off a hype train. You don't have to do that. Don't spend your money. It means a lot, though. Hey, Alan Per, how are you? Started playing at 4:30 a.m. before work. My first drop was the Ascended I needed for my melee build, Wonderland's Life. That's such a satisfying moment, Zank. That's so satisfying. But yeah, let's do the thing. Some months were gifts, great community. Hey, Goodwolf, thank you for 5 more gifted. Right as I'm reading a comment about the community, you go and prove Reckless Monster right. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub by Goodwolf, please be sure to give them some love. Some months were gifts, great community that let me enjoy the emails before I was able to actually subscribe, but happy to support you. That means a lot, Reckless Monster, and I'm proud of this community too, seriously. There's wonderful people here.
She's the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There we go. DPS this, DPS that, all I care about is the rate at which items can proc gross, so I can make them fucking farts. White Rider moment.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
And thank you for 2,000 more bits, Goodwolf. You spoil me. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Good, thanks. How about you? Allergies are kind of bad today, Alan Per, but other than that, I'm doing great.
She's the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
So, I don't know if I've showed this on stream yet, but I started using an Empowering Sigil
Just a girl and
on my Hammer Throw build,
there you go, Quack.
and it's pretty fun, because you can kind of
2
rotate.
years of Quag Chad Ing.
2 years! Thank you so much, Rune, for the 2 years. And Wagadodo, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Free survey bits for me. Thank you. Rune, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I hope things are going well. Yeah, Silverdar, how you doing? Yeah, I started using an Empowering Sigil because it's got a very short cooldown. Like, you've got the uptime of 5 seconds, but the cooldown's ticking down during that time. So there's only about 4 seconds of it cooling down. But I'm using the enchant on my weapon that gives 50% spell cooldown for 5 seconds after action skill start. So if I activate my Empowering Sigil, wait 2 seconds, throw my hammer, I can kind of rotate back and forth between them, and since I am running a Theurge as well, every time I cast that spell, it reduces the hammer cooldown. So it's this really fun and active gameplay loop. Nose is peeling a bit? Oh, that's so annoying. I feel you. Poor Quag and Lazy, I was a Cast 14 player. Now I reached 50 because he was lazy. Hey, I'm really glad that us being build nerds has helped you out in a big way. Good wolf. Allergy's been awful this season. Just thinking about all the people allergic to cats and dogs, and I stopped complaining. I've developed a mild cat allergy over the years due to inhaling lots and lots of dander. But, like, I don't care. Cats are the best. I don't think I have a dog allergy, though. Shoulders were itching so bad last night and this morning. Oof. I also spent an unhealthy amount of crystals in the melee bunnies recently, just me. The melee bunnies have never been kind to me, Shay. I feel you. Definitely feel you on that one. Haven't seen any of the One Events content at the moment, just asking how many of the DLC are out and how's the meta changed since the launch 2 months in. I mean, for the most part, anything that was good just got better. The game's kind of received constant changes, so giving a breakdown of, oh, what have they changed? There's not enough time in this stream to do that. But 3 of the DLCs are out. We are expecting DLC 4 very shortly. Community is speculating either tomorrow or next week. Soon, TM? Yeah. Turn that down slightly. Hey, Stump, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Happy to be here, I sure am. Let's learn some curse shit and make lewd jokes about Vesper. Happy Wednesday. I agree with all of that. Thank you so much, Stump. And thanks for the hype train, everybody. Level 4 hype train completed. Y'all are, too kind.
Just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Hey nerds, you happy to be here? I sure am. Let's learn some cursed shit and make lewd jokes about Vesper. Happy Wednesday.
It's even better when text-to-speech says it. So something I enjoy about running this, like, in-your-face style of the hammer throw build is you're very tanky. Like, the dark magic healing is actually pretty good from the plate mail here. Stabble Claw plate mail is something that does immediately interest me. It's got melee crit chance, move speed is nice, but that ability damage doesn't help that at all, sadly. That was almost really good. There's a bunch of plate mails I'm keeping an eye out for. Claw Stabo would be ideal for this, and I still want Spore Stabo for my gun build. I think you answered this before, but does the Consec melee enchant work with Ghostblade ticks? You need to stack it with your melee weapon. So, Consec only stacks from this. It will apply to all of your melee damage, but the only way you get the stacks is from actual melee attacks. The action skills like Ghostblade do a snapshot of your stats when you cast them. I believe that was the case in BO3. So that's a case-by-case thing. With BL3, that wasn't really the case in most instances either. Basically, certain modifiers are on shot and certain modifiers are on hit. There are certain instances of action skills remembering certain things, but cat is in the box. Like, not the litter box, the box, that thing box. But for the most part, it's dynamic in this game. Bean juice in hand, I'll drink to that. I've recently replaced bean juice with advanced, which is it's pretty cool. On the bright side, I did get a Fire Assault and Battery for my Hammerzerker that does some serious work, so melee bunnies weren't a total loss. Hey, that's a definitely good find. I have still not gotten an Ascended Salt and Battery. That's probably what it would take to get me to actually use one. On the Blight side. Hey Pupty, how you doing? Snake Stick. Oh, so the Great Axe paper DPS being what it is, might be giving Snake Stick a run for its money on Ghostblade. I might have to test that out. But for that, I need an Ascended Great Axe with a good hilt mod. So, like, good luck. I've not got an Elemental Salt and Battery yet. The majority of mine have been non-LE. Might take a break from Bunny Farm and Banshees and go burn my 1500 souls. I mean, save the souls for DLC 4, maybe. Alright, thanks, how you doing? Allergies kicking my butt today. I've got a little bit of body pain too. But, streaming is distracting me from it, so... You know how it is. It'll be alright. Great Axe, Common, Hatchets all kind of compete for great Ghostblade stats. What are the stat profiles of commas and hatchets? Which button do you use to melee? V. Hope you can start feeling better soon. Yeah, I hope so too, Good Wolf.
Space!
No. I could do it. I'm just not going to. Gotta read the fine print on that one. After struggling with Vorkanar the other day on Chaos 32, I wasn't sure if I should challenge Waster to 34, so I could have access to Primordial Gear. Decided to give it a shot. It was a piece of cake. I'm now fully on board. Waster's an easy boss. Like, he can barely hit you, honestly. The only thing that Wastard has is damage. Like, he's one of the very few bosses that still presents an actual threat damage-wise. Which, by the way, out of the base game bosses, the non-raid bosses, I only give that distinction to Wastard and Banshee. And even then, Banshee, it's only if you stand close to her. We don't get snacks with those. You don't. But you swing fast enough that you might not need them. And the crit damage is significantly higher, which does play a pretty big role.
Space!
Space or jump. You know what? I'll just do them both. I'll do them both. I'll do them both. I cannot melee or jump. Poor Quag. Like to point out it wasn't me this time. That is true. It was not you.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Coven near me at the moment? There's not. To relieve your stress. Yeah, Vorkanar is another good example of, like, he struggles to hit you. Boss damage isn't a problem in this game because bosses can't hit you. Like, you have to actively just stand there and take it. And even then, it doesn't hurt enough to kill you anymore, because they've all been nerfed. %, 90% of bosses, the ads are more dangerous than the boss. Yeah, exactly. Most Obelisk bosses legitimately just do more damage than main bosses now. Shout out in particular to Pigwort and Freezicles for being more dangerous than the majority of bosses in the game. Nepsy, long time no see. How you doing? Good to see you. Pigwort the Invincible raid won? Hopefully. Get down more from the Wyverns in this fight than actual Vorkanar. Same. Funny crustacean fact of the day. Japanese spider crabs are amongst the largest crabs on Earth, spanning 3.7 meters or 12.1 feet from claw to claw, and inhabit depths of around 500 plus meters, and like to hide in vents or holes or other cave-like structures under the sea. They like to hide in vents. Insert sus joke here, I guess. Also unintense, so I could always drop that down if I need to. Exactly. That's like a really cool fact, Sora. Keep the crustacean facts coming. That's interesting. I like learning. I'm gonna wrestle one and eat it. It's not the first time you've said that about anything, Control. You doing good? How about you? I'm doing good too. Doing good. I have cats. I unfortunately also have allergies. But look, cat. That's cat. He's doing cat things. Pigwort Guardian Takedown 1. I would love that. Expect a Giga Pigwort Chaos run to drop when the mods come out. I'd enjoy it. See, no crustacean had to die, not even theoretically. All enemies are Pigwort Mirror. I'm down. Let's do it. Not being able to jump on this fight could prove to be problematic. We'll see. Oh, Indomitable let me tank that. Oh, if anyone ever tells you this skill isn't goated, like, this skill is incredible. It is a second life on a 100-second cooldown that also gives you damage for 20 seconds. Like, hello? Indomitable is incredibly good. Clubber is the worst tree, though. Some people still believe that, and I refer them to Spore Warden tree. Spore Cobras. I said earlier, don't know if you caught it. I didn't. Commas are higher crit stats with better swing speed than Snack Stick, and hatchets are fast with good crit stats. Also keep swinging Snack Stick and stops the Hydras from attacking as it spawns a new one, so I want to move away from it, honestly. It's nice if you have to change targets, but yeah. Yeah, we'll hit the Melee Bunny, and I'll keep an eye out for Ascendeds of any of those. Maybe we renovate the Ghostblade build a bit today. Bonus lightning damage go to everything. I'm I remember there being, like, something it didn't go to. It might have just been standard bonus element, like, doesn't go to dots type thing. I do not recall offhand, Sora. It's hard to test as well because it's lightning bonus, and I already have lightning bonus on my melee. So, I know it goes on guns, but it'd be hard to test on anything else in the setup. Suppose I could check and see spell. Look at my Novas. But my melee, my action skill, and my Wyvern already do lightning, so... Build renovation, I like the way that sounds. Starting to come around to non-unique melee weapons. Got an Ascended Hatchet, it's gonna be great results. Yeah, trade secret. Great Axe really impressed me. Viper and you have both mentioned hatchets, and Viper mentioned commas as well. So I'll have to try all of those out. I mean, I've used Great Swords and Claymores as well for Dreadwind and Executioner's Blade, because they have the base damage, which is the most important thing. But if you're not after base damage... Ooh, Primordial Salt and Battery Cryo. Amped, though. I'll take it, but I'm not really thrilled about it. Okay, Great Axe. So this one's only chaotic, but you can see 170 crit damage, which is spitting distance Assault and Battery's crit profile, but it swings faster. Like 1.13 versus 1.27, and it's got 9% higher base crit chance with higher base damage. It just absolutely smokes Assault and Battery in, like, swinging DPS. It takes the Dagger Storm to win. But, like, even then, sometimes that might not be true. So, Great Axe is what I'm keeping an eye out for. I do have a couple Ascended ones already. I have Ascended in Cryo and Poison, but I don't love the hilt mods on them. I want to get one with, like, Warrior. Here's a hatchet. 1.38 swing speed with 14% crit chance. That's not bad. Crit damage mult's a little low for my liking, but I'll give it a chance. It's DLC 3 now to go, and then I can go farm some armor and spells. Let's go. I just like melee builds? I do. Torg Sticky Shotgun build still viable? Remember you playing it quite a lot. I haven't seen it anywhere recently. Yeah. In fact, Torg got buffed since you've been here, probably. I just haven't been doing as much gun stuff recently. Although, I did level a gun build up to Chaos 50 yesterday. Oh no. I need to make a keybind for skipping alerts. Text-to-speech, please skip that one. Please. Pretty please. I need you to just skip one.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hello Daddy, it's our 2-year anniversary today. OWO, I can't wait for dinners tonight and get stuffed with food, then let you stuff me later. OWO, I've even bought a new maid outfit so you can put a leash around my neck and treat me like your kitten. OWO.
So how's everyone else doing today? I feel dirty. Worse after hearing that. Yeah, I can relate to that. Let me put my keybinds back. Oh yeah, look, a Twisted Delusion in my options menu. That's groundbreaking. OWO, yes. Doing fantastic? Yeah, love to hear that. Making fire for my job just for that being on my screen? I certainly hope not. I need to just set up that keybind so that alerts from Rabbit resubs simply don't come through. Feel okay tweeting that? What, Rabbit's resub? No. No. I would not. I would not like to do that. That would make me very unhappy. At least this fight isn't so bad with this build. There we go. Still wish he was a little more generous with his drops. What's most desirable spread between pellet count, mag size, and damage on the Stat-Matic for melee able to use it as an accessible target option? I'd probably go with this. You know, the 4 mag times 7, because it lets you shoot a lot of times. You could go with, do I have an extra Stab-O-Matic on here? Yeah, I have a 4 mag times 14 as well. The thing with this one is you'll be reloading a lot, and you are punished heavily for missing. It's more damage, but it also is more likely to push you into Universal Soldier. If you're using it very infrequently, and only for a couple shots at a time, then yeah, times 14 is more damage. But getting to shoot only twice before reloading does get a little annoying. Pandemicium, Stab-O-Claw, melee damage, to exploit their weakness. This is trying really hard. Regen rate. How useful do we think regen rate will be on Blightcaller? I think this might be a decent starting point for like Blightcaller stuff. I'm gonna take it. Got a practicable conference call. Ooh, that's a good roll. Got an Ascended Stab-O-Matic with a 5 mag. I'm assuming I got the bad roll. 5 mag isn't necessarily bad, J-Bridge. Like, keep in mind, if you have a 5 mag times 14, then at base you fire 3 times rather than 2. And that can be more valuable. Also, that's before mag size increases, so you might end up getting another additional shot. It's times 7. So with myth rank mag size on a 4 mag, I go up to a 5. With a 5, you probably go to a 6. That might still be better. It depends. Lower base, but a lot of those soul cells, you saw that situations where I needed one more shot, but had to reload. It could be the difference there. If you switched up Sigil in this build. Yeah, I was using Smithy's Ire. I'm now using Empowering Sigil, because the frequent casting is really nice for reducing hammer cooldown. Also, we get the freeze. Also, we get some good dark magic healing, a large number of hits, and more protection against ranged enemies. Does have high crit damage on the cards that actually matter. I don't know if the crit on the Stab-O-Matic actually functions. That's a good question. That is a good question. Yeah, I don't have the answer to that one. Should probably test that. Hey Poison, how you doing? Good to see you. Fealty Oath. 15% shots to break is actually big. Plus reload speed. This is a good Rogue Imp Fealty Oath. I'm taking that. I still want to do a Rogue Imp build. So much Vorkanar today. Ugh. It is nice to see Contagion just instantly kill the the ads though. That's fun. Forkin are gonna learn when Blightcaller comes out. That's the thing, though. Blightcaller's not a poison class. It has one poison boosting thing. One. Meh. Like, you could argue Blightcaller does more to boost Cryo and Lightning because it has Soaked in the Tree. And it has specific boosts for statuses of every element. Kind of funny. Unless that poison skill is 10% per point. If it's something crazy like 10% per point, then maybe. Maybe. Claw Stab up Animation. It doesn't really know what it wants to be. Also, how is my inventory full? What are we doing here? Who put all these things in my backpack? I have better rolls of those. Hope they come out with some kind of soak for fire poison, maybe oiled. I'm back and forth on that one, Evo. Like, part of me thinks that would be cool. And it'd just be another interactive thing, another option in the pile. But also, there's an argument for that taking away from the uniqueness of Soaked. Like, one of the things I like about Soaked is that it's not for everything. And sure, that would stay true for another Soaked thing for other elements, but I go back and forth on that one. Especially, if you think about it, Lightning is hard countered by the fact that it's the most common resistance in the game, so Soaked applying to that is just kind of like a consolation prize. Cryo has the worst matchup against Flesh. Which in terms of raw damage dealing is often impactful. Now there's a bunch of other benefits that Cryo gets, but Fire has the best matchup against Flesh. Now Poison's in this weird spot where it's got the best matchup against Armor, but Armor's the least common health bar, so maybe something for that. Is Fire weak versus Bone, though? Yeah, but you can just switch easily. Bone is the second most common. Flesh is the most common. Think about bosses. There's not that many bosses with a Bone health bar. But almost all of them have a Flesh one. If not all of them. Some Aspect bosses don't. The Aspect bosses are one bar type each, Bark being the only Flesh one. But yeah, in particular, looking at bosses, most of them have a fleshy phase. Okay, here's a comma. 1.6 swing speed. With 18% crit chance. That's really good. The base damage is kind of awful. But that's a really good stat spread. I still think I'd use a Twin Soul over a comma. I like so come from skills, armor, spells. Don't like using Delusion to apply it. Too much slag, PTSD. At least with using Delusion to apply it, it's unlike slag. Slag is RNG application. So like you could shoot an enemy with the gun and then it just doesn't work and you have to do it again. 19% crit chance on this one. 1.62. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we're looking out for a bunch of Ascended purple melee weapons. Several types at this point. I would take that Primordial, but it has amped, so no. Claymores can have the same stat profiles as the Banshees, so Those are really good if you just want something to buff your Executioner's Blade and Dreadwind. Note that Banshee has no advantage over a purple when you are inside of Dreadwind. The color of Blight, like the buzzing of flies to them. The reason why you're looking for purples over legendary, said Dreadwind is as time as any other reason. Because there's some melee weapons that do not have legendary, like, representation. For example, Great Axes have such incredibly high DPS, and there's no legendary Great Axe. Like, Great Axes compete with Salt and Battery for melee DPS, which is insane. So I want to try out and see a few of the other types as well. Poison, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Total of 249 in the channel. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub by Poison Dart, please show them some love in the chat. Thank you so much, Poison. You're a real one. I appreciate you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
What is with all the Vorkanar?
She's just a girl.
Oops, all Vorkanar. Like,
There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
could be Imelda. True.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There we go. I know Lazy uses something calc DPS, that spreadsheet public? No. No, that is a personal creation of Lazy, uses to calc this stuff. But you can kind of reverse engineer. Barbaload's from Imelda 4. I think Barbaload's from Imelda 1, J-Bridge. It's either 1 or 2. Card damage times swing speed times status damage chance. Status is not included in the calculation for the most part. And you want to count for crit stuff as well. So you average the crit chance in as well. I think all rings and amulets from first phase of the boss. Yeah, that sounds right. Sometimes think about people trying to seek help with their builds being referred to the damage formula of the dock and being blown away. It's very comprehensive. It's a useful tool. There's even more stuff that's gonna be included, because, like, you know, Blightcaller is gonna have its own section, bonus elements and status effects section, etc. No! Healing Vengeance on Pigwort. Fuck me, dude. Oh, that's so toxic. Ah, now I gotta go through those phases again. Oof. Website says 4? Really? I could be misremembering. Could be misremembering. It's been long enough that, I don't really know. Sword Solution comes in all flavors? Yes. All flavors. Trying to stack some, Consec up for this guy. That was a better hit. I retracted the hammer too soon. That's awkward. I just thought it was phase 1. I thought it was too, but could just be a Mandela effect there, you know? I love how hard we can still bully Drill during this fight, even during his lightning resist phase with our lightning action skill. Like, look at that. One throw. One throw. Setup's cracked. I am totally not an alchemical agent addict. Can stop anytime I want to. I'm not gonna have an existential crisis deciding between Blightcaller and Sabomancer on all my setups. I do not know what you're referring to. Nexus reinstalled, hoping for a new character tomorrow. I'm hoping for that too. Great Axe. Only chaotic, non-elemental, Archmage. But you can look at the stats of this, like, 160 is the low roll on the crit damage. Decided you aren't addicted to melee, but it's simply the tool you need for Alchemical Agent. Yeah, that's probably the most accurate way of phrasing it, Pico. Then you want all characters to be Stabo Blight. I can't really argue. Doing melee without unarmored defense would be weird, so maybe I still play some Frost Shiver. Totally going with Stabo and try and Blight first? Yeah, that'll probably be my first one too, Poison. No Clawbringer though? I don't think Clawbringer and Blightcaller have good synergy. Because Blightcaller's thing is like elemental damage boost, right? One of the things that Clawbringer has that makes it better than the other classes is that it is currently the best at boosting all elements. Blightcaller will take that. So doubling down on that doesn't really serve much of a purpose. The highest value Clawbringer stuff is over here. These tiers. Because you have a really strong first 15 points, but then your next 3 points aren't good. And then it circles back around to being good. But I don't think Claw Blight is going to have as strong synergy as Blight with other classes. It's a guess. Doing Blight Grave for an ability damage build, that sounds fun. Good Wolf, thank you for 1,000 more bits. I appreciate it. Send is obtained mad? Question mark? Happy to inform you, you've been accepted to join Alchemical Agent Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you at our first meeting. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. I was worried it wouldn't do it.
Hello, Mr. Quag. We are happy to inform you that you have been accepted to join Alchemical Agent Anonymous. We look forward to seeing you at our first meeting, and we hope this message isn't at a bad time.
Thank you so much, Good Wolf, and exceptional shitposts, as always. Morning Stars are just kinda sad. Like, that base damage isn't bad for a chaotic, but the swing speed is barely above, like, average. The crit chance is low, and the crit damage is terrible. I don't know what Morning Stars are trying to be. Made a mistake of doing a raid boss while leveling chaos rank. Oh no. Yeah, that can be a pretty big time sink. One wheel spin, fire primordial assault battery with ancient low damage roll, ascended purple lightning combo with ancient 1.76 swing speed, only 140% crit damage. I mean, you still got an ascended soaked friendly combo with a good hilt mod. Hello? That's pretty good. Such a smooth obelisk. Another cool thing at work here is the spell damage from Theurge is like real nice. Because Spellblade. Also, it does help the freeze efficiency of Empowering Sigil. And the rare occasions that it doesn't instantly freeze. Primordial Pickaxe with low damage and low swing speed. Unfortunate. I would love an item or armor or something that gave swap speed, because currently the only boost for swap speed in the game is in the Berserker skill tree. And I find myself juggling weapons a lot in this game. Like, interestingly, Blightcaller even has a skill that gives fire rate on swapping weapons, but doesn't appear to have any swap speed. Scrappy Wear, love that skill. Or Trust in Yourself. That's a really good one too. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? I did take your suggestion and started using Empowering Sigils here. It's pretty nice. Because 10.1 second base cooldown and Theurge. So if I space them out properly, I can say cast, wait a second, throw, retract. I have 2 seconds of downtime, cast again, throw, retract, 2 seconds of downtime. Almost no downtime. And that's pretty fun. Cools down while it's active, which is fairly pog. It makes me almost think about an Archmage hilt, which is not normally a thought I have, because it's not one of the better hilt mods. But it's gotten me to think about it. Could be good with a Harbinger. How so? Harbinger is good in this setup, though. Just, I don't see the synergy between those two things specifically. Other than, you know, something that would help one part of the build and something that would help the other part. More active cast equals more shield. Not with a Harbinger on. Ancient would do that. Ancient is, action skill cooldown. Archmage's spell. Harbinger triggers off of, action skill, not spell. Sure, nah, you're all good. The names are similar. Start with the same letter, etc. You're all good. I tried out Vampire on this as well. The survivability is nice, but honestly I think the damage from Warrior is better, especially considering you also still get damage reduction. Which makes me almost want to take Dedication here over Rebuke, since I already have DR covered from Warrior. Dedication. Why are you like this? Who made you this way? Still have not gotten any remotely decent Greed Wardens. I think my best is like a Volatile Fire. And here we have 3 bad ones. Primordial Great Axe, Warrior. Huh. This seems like the low damage roll. Because you can get like 15 to 1600 on an Ascended. But it's trying. Like that crit mult might still make it worth picking up. I'm gonna grab it. Kama with that 19% crit chance is looking real attractive though. You could probably feasibly hang out at like 90+% melee crit chance with a Kama. Chameleon. Because 19% on a melee weapon card is a base of 24%. And a base of 24, with the amount of melee crit chance you can get in this game, very accessible. Semicolon Chameleon just doesn't flow as well. True. Another. Yeah, maybe I'll respec on the next run. More Vorkanar. Morning, Dill. How you doing? We're like, more Kanar. True. What's your lightning chuck build like at bossing? Struggling to make Fury work. Throwable holes good. Bosses move, so it misses a lot. The thing with the lightning chucks is they are pretty weak spot dependent. Like if you're doing the spore variant, then Headhunter is a big part. You just like hit the weak spots. It's a lot of you need to aim for crit spots and bosses. Fights with ads go a little bit better as well, because the chain lightning will just ricochet back to the boss and hit them again. So that leads to more efficiency. But it was good at bossing, I just needed to match elements. I haven't tried it since the magic bullets change. So I don't know how it holds up nowadays. But I might try out lightning bolt chucks again. Maybe even Blightcaller lightning chucks. Sounds like a good time. Like, the setup worked really well against Bunny, for example. Easily accessible weak spot. Adds to ricochet off of. That stuff. And Fern Crying Apple's new class on the way? I don't think so. Crying Apple still doesn't, like, do any meaningful amount of damage. Like, Blightcaller isn't a poison class. It has some things that are poison, but much like how Graveborn isn't a dark magic class, Blightcaller is not a poison class. I'll show you what I mean. Blight Collar tree. Class feat. Applying a status effect stacks elemental damage for a duration. That's any element. Plague Storm. Random element. Bog Totem, aka Pog Totem. Element of the gun you're holding when you activate it. None of those are specifically poison. Virulence. Any element. Wraithmail, not an elemental thing. Geist in the Shell happens to be poison. Active Decay, poison boost. This doesn't do poison. This isn't poison. This is specifically lightning. This one is to do with poison, but it boosts lightning and frost. So, not inherently just poison, because any poison damage. So you could, for example, not use poison, use any other gun to trigger Geist in the Shell, which is poison, to trigger Bog Down. So, you don't need to build in the poison for that. Worst Curse is specifically Dark Magic, Frostbite is specifically Frost, Burnt Offering is specifically Fire. Toxicity is specifically poison, but it's just applying a poison status effect. It doesn't care how much damage that actually does, so you could, again, just use Geist in the Shell for that. And then Restore the Veil is not specifically poison. Spirit Swarm is based on the status effect you apply. So, like, there's not really any inherent reason to use poison here. You could just take one single point in Geist in the Shell and get the benefits of everything that wants you to do specifically poison here. The only thing that is inherently, hey, maybe use more poison stuff is Active Decay. And the only way Active Decay is going to swing anyone more towards poison is if they're trying to get the most value out of Geist in the Shell for damage healing purposes. Not optimistic about that. Or if this is like a large percentage per point. For example, a Dragon Aura over on Clawbringer is 5% per point. But like, if it's the 4% per point of, you know, I think they did buff Dark Pact, but let's look at this. No, Dark Pact is still 4% per point. So 20%. If Active Decay is the same as Dark Pact, which seems likely considering it's the exact same location in the skill tree, 20% poison damage for 5 skill points is peanuts. That's nothing. That's probably the skill you will see skipped in most optimal Blight Color builds. But if it is Dragon Aura level, 25%, which is 5% per point, maybe that's fine. But again, you can just cover that elemental damage very easily. If they make this 6% per point, I think that might start to get to the realm of, like, this is attractive for damage. Kind of like how Zane wasn't a cryo character, had a lot of cryo builds, more thematic than functional. Well, we did later find out that Executor was giving a cryo boost the whole time, so, like, Zane did have reasons to do cryo stuff. Like, Executor, Armin, Flint had inherent synergies with cryo, so, like, there's reasons to do that. But, yeah. Like how Mose wasn't a fire character. Mose had stuff that happened to do fire in tree, but because she had fire bonus elements, you were actually less likely to use fire stuff, because you could just use a different element to take care of the other bars, and your bonus fire would be covering the flesh. Give it a go. Might also try shotguns with wings. It's just bossing if you kind of push use Buffmeister. It's not a good thing. I found myself using body rockers for bossing. This was pre-sword explosion buff, but I found myself using body rockers for bossing sometimes, if nothing else, to help stretch out my ammo. Ow. Did Moser secret cryo boost one of her skills? Yes, superior firepower. 100% cryo damage. And that same skill also gave status damage, which boosted Rad Explosions. So U-Rad cryo builds on Mose became very popular in the wake of that discovery. I know Glenny and I are both big fans of those kinds of builds. So the class icon has all elements. Good point. How you doing, Beaver? Good to see you. Hold this L, Wastard. Sigil moment. Oh, oh. You can do it, buddy. You can hit me. I believe in you. Oh, you were close that time. Yeah, try again, try again, try again. Curious about Blightcaller Clawbringer, slightly leaning that way. The thing with Blightcaller Clawbringer is one of the things that makes Clawbringer unique is that it's good at boosting all elements because of Dragon Aura. But Blightcaller gets that from class feat. So that puts you in a position where Dragon Aura, one of Clawbringer's best skills, is rendered a little redundant. Now, Clawbringer can apply multiple elements. Like, you just get a lot of fire and lightning instances of damage through Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder, Blasphemous Favor, Storm Smite, and the Wyvern. So you could cover those statuses pretty easily, allowing you to use others to get as many of the elemental status buffs from Blight as possible. That's an option. But I think, on paper at least, Blight Claw looks like one of the less synergistic combos. Howdy doody. Hey Pragmatic, how you doing? Cat being cat. It's a cat. But yeah, regarding what you said for Julio, a few weeks ago there was a person who was adamant that Wastard was completely impossible at launch and that they nerfed him a bunch of times. People can do him now. Like, no, this was before boss damage had been changed at all, by the way. Like, that strat you saw me doing of just standing there with an empowering sigil, you've always been able to do that, for example. So I think it's very necessary for some bosses to be mechanically simple, but have a single mechanic that forces you to actually comply with, you know, engaging with the boss. Things like Wastard having enough damage that you have to dodge it serves that purpose well. Can also just jump around a bit. The skulls can't hit you if you strafe from an appropriate distance. Like, the tracking on them is really bad. Wastard struggles to hit you. He has my level of aim. Sometimes he misses you when you're sitting still. That's how bad it is. You could probably crouch and uncrouch to throw off half of the skulls. Hey Foster, how you doing? Read your tweet and had to rage against the machine for a bit. But now I'm here. Morning. How you doing, Maniki? Good to see you. Why should I have to dodge a boss attack? They should just die. Ooh, cool, more Wastard. We can bully him different ways. So I'm strafing lazily to the left. He can't hit me. I'm strafing back and forth and he can't hit me. I'm walking in circles and he can't hit me. Makes me wonder if people who complained did try, they didn't try moving. That's the thing. Bosses in this game want you to move. And as you can see, I wasn't using any advanced movement speed strats or, you know, gear or classes. My skill tree offers me no movement speed beyond haste, and I wasn't using that. I'm just walking. Hey Shiner, how you doing? I mean, you have to use two hands for real? You don't though. That walking in circles thing, that is one hand friendly. That's the best part. Saw while testing last night. Could also just move a touch too slowly. It's a distance thing. When you're closer to him, you can lead some of his shots.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I mean, also when you're far from him, you can just, like, look at them in the air and be like, huh, I should probably dodge that, and then still have time to do it. It's just, it's not a very punishing attack. It looks a lot scarier than it is. And especially post-damage nerf, even on this setup, it takes like 3 or 4 of them to break my shield. It's genuinely, he's just an easy boss. Hey Pinky, how you doing? If I pet him, he's gonna wake up. What? People got very used to just being able to tank and spank Borderlands bosses. Yeah. Spell damage, spell radius, pistol mag size, SMG crit. That's like trying to be useful. They're like good stats. If I was just gonna do a general gun build on spell shot, maybe with a sigil, that'd be pretty decent. I'll take that. Hey Gage, how you doing? I think folks always just boss the way they mobbed. But you move in mobbing. I don't understand. Close to being really good for Queen's Cry? Yeah, yeah. Doing well, how about you? Doing great. Hammer throw did not connect with that hitbox, and I needed it to. I thought while I was at work I was going to spend the day clearing out my bank, then realized I could not and use those items for Blight Caller SCUs. Yeah, that's true. Get an instant head start there. Good call. Definitely set up a slush fund for SDUs for your Blight Caller. I bought a $150 board game. It's a 32-page rulebook. Currently an hour 3 learn how to play this game. Oh, there's still another one? Shit. Wait. There's no ads. Wait. Not like this. Man. Fucking Feodor. I'm not losing my money from that death. I'd only lose like 900k or something. Like this. Star Trek Fleet Captains. I've heard of that one. I've heard of that one. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. Here, while I'm going, let me hover over something we're going for. We're going for upgrades to this. Great Axes. Keep an eye out for these. You get a well-rolled one of these at, like, Ascended with a good hilt mod element. Extremely high swing DPS for melee. Anyway, BRB. Okay, be back. Trying to math out if the crit bonus and stab was beneficial. I'm able to exactly reverse engineer my FTS crit damage number. Anytime I throw the card bonus in there, it seems to put the theoretical number too high. Throw something in curse testing. Someone might have tested that already. There's also... I don't know if card crit is in this write-up that Ramen made. Let me look. Yeah, the magic bullets bit is outdated now. How'd you use a Deuce's Visage Shield? Bought a volatile one from the vendor yesterday. I figured I shouldn't pass it up. Thing about Deuce's is I would actually go for a lower capacity one. You want to go for a non-chaos tiered one if you can get one. I use one on my... I haven't touched the build in a while, but on my rocket launcher build. Because it gives an extremely powerful amp to one shot that even has an elemental conversion to it. It can't be enchanted. That's the main downside of the Deuces. Enchantable Deuces would be like, woof. But let's say you're trying to one-shot a bone enemy. Deuce's Visage would be quite good at helping you with that. Depending on if Blight Collar comes tomorrow, holding off and cleaning my bank. Logical. Because you could always just sell the stuff on the Blight Collar and get a good head start on those STUs, as Pinky mentioned. I was doing a Zane playthrough and decided to farm a Radical early. Why'd you do that to yourself? Oh hey, it's a Melda. We did just get Crit Connoisseur. Maybe this isn't so bad. Totally gonna From the Shadows Spellblade, though. From the Shadows stab him, man. Stab-o-matic. I got there eventually. Got there eventually. Not even my frames like dealing with Imelda. I suddenly game stutter. Cool. I got bopped off the edge. That is why we carry Universal Soldier. Literally for that. What was I using? This. I have the same build pretty much on my game now, thanks to you. I've been watching much that works crazy right now. Well, I hope it calms down a bit for you. Excited for the possible one-shot amp builds with Blight. Really hope the kill skills lose 50% restoration 5 to 5. It's gonna be 30 at 10 out of 5. Allow for easily chantable amp one-shots. Yeah. Keep in mind there's also the passive regeneration one, which the way it's phrased, it doesn't seem like it would be interrupted by damage, which is like really pog. And you could always pair that with unarmored defense on Berserker to reduce the amount you actually need to regenerate. And provided that it works the way Harbinger and Mage Armor do, it'll still be looking at the original max. So you'll be restoring, technically, not instead of like, you know, 3% per point like you suggested there, it would actually effectively be 6. Or you could just pair it with Spell Shot and then get Mage Armor. 2 out of 1 Mage Armor is 20% every time you cast a spell or reload. Seemed a Wyvern went off the map. Melee? Oh no. Boss is a meme. Zomboss low-key harder than Son of Witch. True. Zomboss actually does damage. Successfully. Now, Wastard hits harder, but the thing is, Zomboss actually hits you. Now, Zomboss has less effective health. But I don't think it's too much of a stretch to call Zomboss more, threatening. Yeah, the big suck from Zomboss. You know what is an objectively harder fight than, Wastard? Parasite. Post-buff Parasite, at least. Parasite's tanky boy. Parasite's not only tanky, but Parasite has a range-based attack. So like, if you don't get out of range, it just keeps hitting you. And it actually does a decent amount of damage. So Parasite is harder to dodge by a lot. Do you realize Parasite got buffed? Yeah, it's a few weeks ago. They corrected an issue where his HP was lower than they intended. Zomboss actually almost downed me there. Whereas Wastard didn't hit me. Parasite's trivial to my Executioner, same with Gloop and Bark, apparently. Sounds about right. Yeah, Morning Stars are just kind of sad. Like I say, not to brag, but it's so weird, the things I struggle with sometimes. It can vary on build, playstyle, personal approach to gameplay. Like, for example, I have a little bit more trouble with Dragonlord than some other people might when I'm playing gun builds. Because the way he works, I suck at hitting his crit spot. I don't know what it is. I'm just not good at it. It's a person-to-person thing. Some people have a lot of trouble with hitting Banshee's crit spot as well. I've heard of that one. Some people have a lot of trouble with Drill's attacks, despite the fact that you can dodge them all by literally taking 2 steps forward. Hey Sinju, how you doing? Struggle with everything because I'm focused on making theme builds instead of good builds. So when you figure out how to make those one and the same. It's easier to start from good and then work your way towards themed. But occasionally the reverse does work. Good, you? Doing okay, doing okay. Everyone has a boss they struggle with, and everyone has a bunny that's just a giant asshole. Shotgun bunny for you? For me, it is, this. It is the melee bunny. Not particularly kind to me most of the time. Primordial Comma. I'm gonna not take that because it's Echo. Yes, I had to look for a reason to not take that. Armor Bunny's the worst. Armor Bunny can be a bit rude. It's been kind to me lately, so I suppose I shouldn't complain too much. But the melee one has consistently been. Shotgun melee, so if bunnies think I'm a joke to them. AR Bunny is usually kind to me, by my recollection. Shotgun Bunny's the worst for me. Yeah, John Wick. I suppose I just haven't hit the Shotgun Bunny in a while. Last time I rolled the Armor Bunny, I got 4 blank slates. Any of them good? Hey, Doc. How you doing? Shh, I can hear you. How you doing, Black Panther? Happen to have any elemental banks tips? If so, can you let me know the approximate status chances? Body rockers in this game, and I don't have any on this character. I don't know offhand. Someone else might have that info. Anyone in chat know offhand what the status chance of a well-rolled body rocker is? Third day, new job. Finally at a point I can catch a stream. How's things going with that? You settling in well? %. 8%'s not bad for a gun that hits 36 times per trigger pull. It's not bad at all, actually. It may have been when I was seeing red, so I left them all there out of spite. Oh, okay. I have that low-level blank slate from that Clawbringer playthrough, so whenever I do level a Blight Caller from scratch, I can just have that XP bonus early on. That's pretty spicy. That's the attack I was talking about, by the way. Well, Chaos 50? Me too. It's legitimately good use of Blank Slate. Yeah, another good use of it is if you get one with ability level, +2 preferably, but +1's also good. That's pretty good for boosting any of the ability scaling non-Dreadwind action skills until you get a well-rolled armor for it. Where's my hammer? Oh, it just kind of left. Okay. But as you can see, I'm pretty tanky. I'm just able to wait out my entire hammer cooldown while chilling in melee range. Are amulets weighted similarly to armors? I don't know. It's a good question. What song is that, J-Bridge? Because it's one of those things that it's familiar. I don't know what it is. It's right there, but I can't wrap my head around it. Got plate mail on this. How's that been feeling with damage output? It's been nice. It's been nice. Plate mail's been feeling really good. Ah, that's the one. Some good numbers. Keep an eye out for regen sigil spell. So you don't really need to worry about if you're running a fortifying sigil. It's the one on the right there. You don't need to worry about its like numbers at all. The cooldown is something you could maybe go for a cooldown part if you can get one, because 20 seconds with a cooldown part is kind of telling. It's like 22 or something base. Radius helps it have more area for you to stand in, although that can be detrimental against some bosses, because like Wastard, for example, if your bubble's bigger, you need to be farther away for it to actually block. Getting a crit chance part can be nice if you're using it for something like Executioner's Blade, but for the most part, you don't have to worry about the numbers on a fortifying sigil. Because the heal and the damage buff and the barrier, none of that scales with stats. You just want it to be level 40 for enchant strength. Thanks for the info. You're very welcome. Good spells for Executioner's Blade procs. Inflammation, it's really good. If you can get a Fortifying Sigil with some decent base crit chance, it ticks very fast in a wide area, so that's actually pretty good. Basically, any spell that hits a lot and has a high crit chance. Bonus points for if it mechanically allows you to multitask. So, like, I like Inflammation because the dot will keep ticking and give additional chances for Exeblade, even after I'm no longer concentrating on the spell. Deathless has 3 exploit their weakness. Fire rate and gun damage. But, like, what do I do with this? It's pretty, but I don't think that's useful for anything. Are torrents a channel like Inflammation? Yeah, they just don't have the dot part, but that would be an option. We need to use Spellblade though instead of a Banshee. Why's that? Is that just like what you have? Trap Scallion. I mean, it's not a need to use Spellblade thing. You can. If you have a lot of spell damage, then yeah, Spellblade will frequently work out to be better. But need isn't the word I'd use there, personally. If you want to use a Banshee, it'll be perfectly viable. Any recommended builds for a Spellshot main? Sorry I missed that message, John Wick. Spellshot is one of those characters that you can just kind of couple with anything. Like, there's not anything I would say Spellshot doesn't provide something to, whether that's directly or through gear. Pure spellcaster builds get the most out of Spellshot. Because you've got Ambihextrous and the most spell damage in the game. But Spellshot also has the most raw gun damage, so any build that's looking to do damage with guns or spells as a primary focus is going to be well served by Spellshot. Could be Shay. Focus on recovery. Don't stress about it. Just know that either way it'll work. Hey, we got the perfect blank slate. All damage ability level. This is the best possible roll of a blank slate, by the way, if you want to actually use it. This. It's 40% in the global damage category. Plus the ability level is ability crit chance and ability damage. 100% of each. Which, keep in mind, 100% ability crit chance only takes you from 5 to 10. It's not, they always crit. You go from 5 to 10. But, it's something. I still hate it. The icons used are just for show? Yeah. Just for show. Glad we can't smell a drill. It's funny, when I want purples, the game's just like, here, have more legendaries than you normally get. Like, alright, that's cool. That's fun. Hatchets have pretty low base damage. Don't love that. I think that's the first poison Greed Warden I've ever gotten. I just don't get many of those. Alchemical Agent plus big melee number, you're pretty much set. Yeah. Climate cast levels. For some reason yesterday I just wasn't seeming to make it work. Got to 26 though. Probably just have to take a look with a clear mind. Yeah. It could have been input. Could be, have the wrong piece of gear equipped as well. You tell the game that you really want legendaries? I'll have to do that. How much damage does a Greed Warden Hilt mod actually do? I believe it caps at 50%? And it goes in the swing melee category, if I remember correctly. So, like, it's not bad, it's just difficult to keep uptime on and doesn't compete with the other globally buffing melee weapons. Also, its swing DPS is kind of terrible. It gives move speed, though. That's nice. Be right back. Sounds good. Dragon Lord. I'll probably, Universal Soldier for Bernadette. Oh, just slightly too slow. Universal Soldier, the one that can roll gun damage, or where the element normally is? Yeah, where the element normally is. Yep. The gun damage does nothing for me, but it allows my Stab-O-Matic to have an effective infinite mag. So that's why we keep one. Hammer throw, my beloved. Hey, Braun. I'm doing a Chaos Chamber tier run. Do you know how many rooms you have to clear for the whole run? I don't remember offhand, but the runs are fixed, so I believe they're all the same number. It might be 9 rooms total, including boss? Or, no, that's extended. 6? 6 rooms? 3 obelisk. 3 boss? Yeah, something like that. 8 total. Yeah, 6 mob removers. Okay, so it's 3 obelisk, 3 boss. Amnesia with area damage, high thread count, ward capacity, melee. So Chillmonger with this. The ward capacity helps on armor defense a lot. Melee damage is there. Area damage is good. But, like, it's chaotic. Hey, JC. Had a surgery consult this morning. I hope that went okay. Did you get a rundown for this build yet? Yeah. I can do another rundown for you in the loot room, though, JC. Just remind me when I'm in there. Tell you what, didn't mind doing the PLCs. They came out each week to level them up 1-4. Now that we have 3 of them out, 4 runs each, getting them finished on new characters, tedious as hell. I don't disagree. I do not disagree. Missed. Look at that throw. How did that miss? I subscribe to the strategic finish of PLC on new characters. Oof. Wait, that doesn't death save you? Awkward. Series of bad decisions on my part there. Come on. Go somewhere favorable. Spinner's not death saving is the reason I never go for them. You know, I kind of forgot that they don't. It's weird. Skulls didn't in BL3, but do now. Spinners did in BL3, but don't now. I don't know why those switched, but... Two discs replaced in my neck, good times ahead. Ugh. Yeah, that's... Wishing you best of luck there. Did BL3 Frost Buddies give second wins? They did. They did. Thank you, Barrel. How'd you get your shield back? Hello? Oh, there must have been a heart in the cloud. This is what I mean when I said Pigward's more threatening than bosses. Moves faster, hits harder, has more mechanics. Remember one of my strats in BL3 was having Death Skulls that I would damage to get a spinner and kill the spinner for a second win. Not sure that was actually what was happening. I could be mistaken. That sounds correct. A Heart in the Cloud, a Pigwort romance novel. I'd read it. Pigwort the Invincible. Raid difficulty Pigwort when? When Megaron comes back and Pigwort is the final obelisk. Hopium. I'm doing a lot less damage this run. Unfortunate. Bullet Chance and Obelisk and Pigwort is final boss. Love it. That would actually be hilarious. Give me a reason to sell the Ascended Poison Spellbladed Warrior I just got. What's the crit chance on it? $11? That's only the mid-roll, so it could have been better. Thank you, you're welcome. Fuck Hemo and Vermi, we need Pigwort and Amelda. I agree for the Pigwort part. But are you okay saying the other word? That's a dirty word. Drill whose shit is weak. Drill's a fun fight. I like that Drill is a meaningful DPS check placed in this game. And, you know, if you don't have a top-end build, the elemental resistances do pose a real problem. His attacks are very easy to avoid. but I think that's a fair trade-off. How you doing, fan? Good to see you. Quick gear rundown? Yes. I'll do that. So this is hammer throw build. Storm Dragon's Judgment is the focal point. We go down to Indomitable for excellent survivability, Awe for excellent damage, Alchemical Agent because of melee go burr, ha, or melee go stab, I guess. Hero points, max crit damage, max status damage. I have the remainder in crit chance. Gear-wise, Spellblade, and we're using Spell Rings to buff up our formula for Storm Dragon's Judgment. Consec swings here, so after you bonk an enemy, you get a little nice boost to all your melee for a bit. Body Rune, because Body Rune. Plate Mail is nice for survivability here, and dot consistency. Making sure you always have some value of dots going. Also just rolled good passives here. Theurge, and Empowering Sigil. ASA Lightning does a lot for this. Because you have ASA Lightning active when your hammer throw is hitting. You could go ASA Elemental over here instead of Consec Swings if you are not finding yourself swinging very often. Consider using the hammer, melee go bonk. That's fair. Bell Drill Fiend. I should have thought before reading that. Melee go Yeet. Yes. Name of the build is Yeet is Murder. Definitely gear difference. Need to swap up some things. Thank you as always. Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure. Something you could do with this kind of build concept is instead of going Spellblade spell damage, you could go for melee damage as normal and run like a Diamond Guard. That would give you the ability to change your hammer throw's element to suit your needs with your regular melee attack, but it would be significantly less damage. Spellblade's just giving you access to a lot of extra raw damage. This game actually benefits the players who bring a knife to a gunfight. I was thinking about my rings here, and because I don't have much actual melee damage, like, where's my melee boost coming from? I have 25% when I'm holding my Scalawag, and then I have whatever I have from Myth Rank. Like, I don't have... Oh, sorry, I have 3% from Arsenal, Pog. So, I could justifiably switch one of these rings out for a melee damage one. The problem is, these are both hard to replace. Like, these are just hard to replace. Wait, hang on. That Fealty Oath is 3.7 shots to break. This one is 15%. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I thought I was misreading that. What's happening with that? Plus 15%, minus 3.7. I don't understand. Anyone have any insight on this one? This is weird to me. Lazy was wondering the same thing yesterday. Oh, okay, good. Regular one makes gun worse. Can you imagine? Yes, I did say that, Brucey. You see in this shit, Stone Swan? The right one, minus 3.7% Skulldugger increased shots to break. That's a weird thing to read. And then the left one, plus 15% Skulldugger increased shots to break. So, how do we define increase, and is one of them just visually incorrect? Soccer chick, what does it mean? Rogimp Gaming. That's the plan for those. Okay, what the fuck, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Test number of shots to break with both rings, I guess. Yeah, but it's... I don't wanna... It scares me. Does it increase shots to break? Yesn't. Schrodinger's shots to break. Bro, don't ask me, ask Stone Swan. But... I don't have anything clever, I'm just weirded out by this whole thing. I'm thinking too hard. Hey Lucas, how you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna have to test that one out later. Because that's just weird. Stop making me want to test it? No. If I make you want to test it, then I don't have to test it. I have a lot of money on this character, I just realized. That's cool. Out of the math emote, I'm unqualified. I don't have rings to test and fuck ring farming. You did just say earlier you have souls, Sen, so congrats, you played yourself. I spent them? No you didn't, that's a lie. Wonderland's good in her opinion. Seems like people are bashing so much because gamers say some toxic shit, and it is trendy to dislike the newest thing. I like this game a lot. You'll find that most people who actually bother to judge things on merit, including this game, their opinions are somewhere in a more moderate area. Like, hey, game could use some improvements, but ultimately it does this well, this well, this well, and I like this about it. That's where most people are. The people truly raking it over the coals are people who are doing it specifically for the sake of complaining. And often their feedback isn't actually rooted in reality. This game's fun. There's simply less game here than, say, a main series Borderlands title. Like, it's a much smaller game than BL3, but what's here is enjoyable. Like the pre-sequel very much, and that game got a lot of hate in my opinion. I agree with you. I agree with you. So this game is kind of suffering through a similar thing right now. Where what's here is good, there's just less here, and because it's the newest one, people drag it. It's happened to every Borderlands game and Lands game now that this is, you know, in the mix. Starting with TPS. TPS, Borderlands 3, and Wonderlands have all had that. Where people just decide to shit on it, and give it a year, 2 years, people are going to be like, oh, hey, this was so underrated, as if they weren't constantly dragging it before. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed much, but Borderlands 3 is pretty much universally well received now in 2022. Yet the game hasn't changed in a year. But people bashing it a year ago stopped. Why are people bashing Ragnarok? Simply because it's new, Jaybridge. There's people who are bashing Ragnarok for not making a new animation for getting in a boat. For reusing an animation, getting into a boat. That was this whole thing on Twitter, like, what, 6, 8 months ago? Like, people will just invent shit. That's absolutely mind-blowing. And it's a good animation. Yeah, like, why would you change it? Why would you spend work hours and money and resources on changing that when you don't need to? It's getting in a fucking boat. Like... Back was doing stuff with my build. How'd that go, John Wick? Caught it on the return throw, at least. Probably gonna take a day off work for God of War Ragnarok. I'm looking forward to that game. I still don't own a PS5, but there's one that I can borrow for the occasion. So I'll probably be doing that for both God of War Ragnarok and Forspoken. Just saw someone referring to their bossing build to their bossessy, and now I can't cope. Skill issue. This new wheel is too round. That's some shit gamers would say. Like, you'll have new Far Cry game, for example. Far Cry 6, when it came out, you had non-Far Cry fans being like, it's just more of the same. You had Far Cry fans vibing like, hey, this is pretty cool. Wonderlands comes out, you have people who bash Borderlands 3 being like, this isn't enough like Borderlands 3. Like, what? Gamers don't know what they want. Actually, that's a lie. They do know what they want. They want to complain. Biggest issue with Far Cry 6 is the AI was terrible. Amusingly terrible, though. Like, Skyrim stealth levels of terrible. I found it funny. Watching Cheese play that game. Missed my hammer throw. Good thing Wastard can't hit me. Getting aimbotted while on cover got a little old. That's fair. But yeah, the reusing character models discourse. You had people self-reporting on not knowing what actual human faces look like. With remember that guy who was the main character of Twitter for a day when he said that Aloy didn't have enough makeup on in Horizon? Remember that one? It's one fast sigil recovery? Yeah. Forgot about that. It was fucking wild. And like the dude doubled down. He did not back down. He really went in on that. I can't say I respect it, because what a piece of shit with some of the stuff he was saying, but like, ugh. Audacity. Hire fans next time, that's the one. Don't get me wrong, I love a good character glow up. Like with Street Fighter 6, they gave Ryu a massive cock. So like, it's cool sometimes. That's not a joke, by the way. Someone there working on that game spent a deliberate amount of time making a large, defined bulge on that character model. There were memes about it when they first teased Street Fighter 6, because it was just like a shot of Ryu, but the camera was squarely on his crotch and you could just see the outline. I'm all for equal opportunity, you know, thirst-trapping video game characters. We've had a lot of feminine characters doing that, so like, let's make everybody hot. Making digital bulges, this is my life now. You ever wonder what the artists working on that, like, when they're asked what they do? You ever wonder how that conversation goes? Like, how was work today? Oh, it was fine. How was work? Got the veins perfect. Mwah. I'm thinking about that meme of you know, the two very buff guys clasping hands. One of them is artist working on Ryu's bulge, the other one is artist working on Chun-Li's cheeks. Street Fighter is really one of the horniest game series ever created. Capcom moment, but... Man, Geek, I can't even read that. I would not make it through that without cackling. So, you get a crisp internet high five from me. Capcom looking for bulge rendering specialist. I mean, they made a gigantic vampire mommy, and they made her height 9'6". They know what they're doing. Her canonical height is 9'6". They know. They know. They know. Hadouken. Degeneracy. Yeah, it's one of those streams today, apparently. So did Ken also get a matching touch-up? Ken is, hilariously absent, it seems. There's, like, memes about Ken being on, having fallen on hard times. I'm gonna Universal Soldier here. Normal level 42 on my vending machine. Ooh, definitely yoink that. Dalsim's goated, and I will not be taking questions at this time. Can to rebrand himself as now Barry's best friend. Just hold W through. It's fine. You just have to believe. Did not realize if you're close enough to the flamethrowers, don't hit you. That said, pulse waves should absolutely kill my build. Yeah, getting close is how I prefer dealing with the flamethrowers. Also, with those bullet health sections there, you can, if you have enough movement speed, you can precisely just bunny hop from the starting platform onto that mine thing, onto the next one, to the end. It is amusing. Need to get my sigil out of the bank, keep it on my tune again for fights like this. I always forget to grab when I log in. It's nice to just keep a couple sigils available. No, a fortifying and an empowering. I forgot to elite, whatever. Fortifying and an empowering on every character. Just good for different situations. The first Maker run I ever did, it was co-op with Lazy, Ramen, and Joe. And me having a fortifying sigil available really helped us in a couple of the fights. This was very early on, like first week of the game. But it was just a really enjoyable thing, because like I'd be calling out my sigil placement, we'd all be huddling up in them. Sigils are great. That's one of the reasons I really like them. Keep a double radius fortifying sigil on every character just for doing green puzzles. Oh yeah, it just like does it automatically, doesn't it? Doesn't have the duration to do all of them, but you can do like 2 of them with just that. It's fun. Okay, so this enchant, I hadn't seen this in a while, and this reminded me. I wonder what Blightcaller enchants are gonna be like. Quiet Chad something something. Hey Pris. I wonder what Blightcaller enchants are gonna be all about. Cause Pog Totem looks like it has really good uptime. It's multi-charge, duration-based with a built-in refill mechanic on kill. So maybe something duration-based for Pog Totem? I wonder what Plague Storm would have, though. Pog Totem's about to have half the cooldown of Barrage. Barrage is just... We don't talk about Barrage. Oh hey, because he decided to do something different. I think we actually got the 1 cycle. That's cool. Having a bit of a hitboxes moment right now. That's the first time in a while that attack's actually killed me. Every half reload, 1 charge. First rule about Wonderlands is you don't talk about Barrage. That makes me sad. Barrage is one of the biggest things that had me hyped going into the game. And it's just shit. It's just a weak action skill. Sad. Fart fuse when you do action skill damage, create an explosion of melee gun spell damage, this explosion can trigger all that other shit to chain itself instantly. Just chaos scale it, honestly. Hopefully the next patch brings instances for action skill buffs. I would love to see that. Love to see that. In general, if something's underperforming and you had one or two outcomes, which would you pick? It's overbuff, becomes too powerful, or they keep it as is and it remains underwhelming. I would prefer... This isn't a uniform thing. I would not apply this to every situation, but in this particular context, I'd prefer an overbuff. Because something being useless in a game predicated on options is more frustrating to me than something being slightly too useful while still having use cases where it's not optimal. Example, as absolutely ridiculous as the Livewire is, for example, it's not always optimal. Spore Explosion is still pretty viable with Barrage, though. So that answer has not changed from the last 3 times we've discussed it. It's good, A, if you can get it. B, you are still using Barrage, your entire action skill slot, simply for that enchant, which is difficult to get and still ultimately random and only relevant to guns. C, to have any decent uptime on Spore Fuse, you likely need to use the Barrage Reload enchant, which is another character-specific enchantment that you have to roll, that also comes at the cost of another enchant slot, which is more lost damage. And that forces you into guns that you can reload on demand. AKA, not Skullduggers. It'd be like if you went to Borderlands 3 and gave Gravity Snare an enchant that literally doubled your damage. Just, you know, fresh malt doubles your damage while Grav Snare is active. Still shit. Because you're giving up way more than you're getting. Rogue Imp though, not a demand, but still. Yeah, that would be a use case of the Rogue Imp there. If forced to generalized, I'd say leave gear as is, an overbuff character. Don't like either, though. Yeah, it's not a thing I would advise uniform solutions in either direction. Sigils, is any of this correct, or totally get it wrong? Empowering, move with you, damages enemies if they enter. Rebuking, stops missiles, etc. from hitting you. Fortifying gives you health. So all sigils have the barrier. Empowering does move with you, and it has novas every second as you go. If you happen to have a cryo empowering, those novas have insane cryo efficiency. They just insta-freeze things, which is very nice. Empowering sigils also have the shortest cooldown, but they do have slightly less uptime than the other ones. Per activation. Because of the short cooldown, they still have more percentage uptime overall. Fortifying are the kind that give you a heal and damage buff. Rebuking has a singularity. And then Vigilant has the Hydrus. They all have the barrier. Rebuking, Fortifying, and Vigilant all damage you while you're inside. I don't remember if Rebuking has the damage ticks while inside, but it does have the Novas, which the others don't. Yeah, I deserve that. You're welcome, Grasshopper. And you're welcome as well, Foster. I'm getting better at the bullet hell things. Enemy? Thank you. Basic sigils don't have any special effects, have longer duration around 8 seconds. Yeah, I think they get an extra second for not having any bonus effects. If I'm remembering correctly, I might not be. To be mindful using empowering rebuking sigil or mindful of barrels. Yeah, any sigil. It will damage nearby stuff in very tiny amounts. This can be really nice if you're using something like Executioner's Blade, which only cares if a spell crit. It doesn't care if that spell crit did 2 damage. But if you're near something like Barrel or in water, that can be really detrimental. This is a bad position. I'm in a really bad place. I need Indomitable back. Killing those for body rune. You know what'd be crazy? If Theodore had a heal during this, like Scourge, to pressure you on time. Hey, Theodore actually dropped stuff? Pog? Don't give him ideas, I would hate that. Sorry. Ah, yes, a non-chaos tiered Phoenix with a bad mag and melee crossbolts. Cool. Yay. Hello from the land of no internet. Sorry about the connection, Irish. But welcome back. Wouldn't Queen's Cry tasers be helpful when the crystals go cover? If they register properly hitbox-wise. That's the big question mark there, hitboxes, Pinky. Because some things don't like to hit the soul cells at all, and some things are very finicky. Like, you can hit them with the hammer throw, but the angle's really weird. You can't hit them with Dire Sacrifice, for example. It just doesn't hit. So it depends. Or Livewire and Marshmallow is iffy. I haven't tried that one personally, but I believe it. Alright, come on. Ascended Cryo Great Axe with Warrior. Please. I don't think that's too specific an ask. It's very specific an ask. Nope. Livewire chains based on your melee weapons damage. They're based off of how much damage you did. Actually, give me 1 second, chat. I gotta take care of something real quick. BRB. Okay, sorry about that. I got a notification and I needed to take care of some adulty shit real quick. But we're all good. Based on any damage this melee didn't reactivate. It's based off of the damage you did. The damage you did. I meant what I said. Gotta have a really adorable people, excuse me. Have a fantastic day. Same to you as well, fan. I appreciate you. Hope your day is incredible. Every time we've picked Healing Vengeance, we've gotten Pigwort. I'm starting to see a conspiracy. More Feodor? Yeah, I'm just not... It takes too long. Boss runs with Feodor are like 9 minutes long instead of 5. And you don't even get crystals from Feodor. You get souls instead, and not many. Saying Livewire can proc up laser hand or action skills? No, where would I have said that, Irish? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand where you're getting that from. Said damage? Which is the answer to your question. Reading your question again. Are Livewire chains based on your melee weapon's damage? Livewire chains are based off of the damage you did with the hit that caused it. Where from that are you getting that Livewire can trigger off of Laser Hand? Livewire triggers off of every other successful melee attack, and the damage is determined by how much damage you did, and then the Livewire gets its own formula, because it's a melee effect that double dips off of the original hit that caused it. I'm not frustrated by the question, I'm frustrated by... I answered the question and you're acting like I said a different thing, or you said a different thing. Like, if you're gonna ask a question, listen to the answer. Or ask the correct question. I'm back just in case anyone's worried. I was worried. Welcome back, Stump. Not reading that snow spawn. Said more after you answered, but I thought you answered the second one. I can go back and see what you said. So it's based on any damage or just melee didn't they activate. That's not... No, it's not based on any damage. And Pinky answered right underneath. The melee hit. The answer is right there. Once again, if you're going to ask a question, at least have the courtesy of paying attention to the answer. So no damage. Damn. Actually fucking got him. Yeah, that's some emotional damage right there. Cool if Gearbox documented their weapons. I disagree. Because half the fun of these games, for a majority of players, is discovering weird shit that various things do. If every single item told you everything it did, one, there's not enough space in the card, so they'd have to do like a codex or something, and do you trust the UI team for this game to do a codex? Two, like, the mystery of it is gone at that point. Hey Natas, how you doing? Think more like documentation on their site, that's a fair take. Documentation on the site is a tricky one. Because we even see with things like in-game events that they do document on the site and then link to in the game menu, people just not knowing they're going on. People simply wouldn't look at that. So I'm sure some people would get use out of it, but like what's the difference between that and the community sites for that documentation that already exists, such as Loot Lemon, Mental Mars, Fate Maker Hub? Like at that point, I don't think it's just I don't think it's worth the resources on the dev side, because there's people who are just gonna do that shit anyway. Able to see the total number of Quag Chads used? I am. I can check that. News on Blight release? They've not given us a date yet, but as of a few days ago, they said right around the corner. We get updates on Thursdays. Tomorrow was a Thursday. Most people are expecting either this week or next week. Within the channel. Here, let me do a time frame here. How long have we had Quag Chad? It's been like a month now, right? Well, within the last 30 days, within the channel, 2,730 something. Outside the channel, 1,300 and something in the teens. So, within the last 30 days, like 4,000 and change Quag Chad usage. It's a lot of Chads. They're doing Wondercast again tomorrow? Yes, Wondercast tomorrow. I don't know who's gonna be on it. I don't remember. But yeah, Wondercast tomorrow. I had the 1776th instance, so I felt patriotic. Nice. Hey, got him in one throw. Top 3 aircraft Blight idea with what information, Spudazra? We neither know any of the numbers associated with it, nor have we had any opportunity to play with it. How would I have that info? We don't know what skills Blightcaller rolls on armor combinations. We don't know what enchants it gets. We don't know the numbers on anything in the skill tree. Nobody has a solid theory on it because it's simply not possible to. Quagsire knows all. Ever have one of those days you get a really good pace for maximum productivity? Not often enough, but yes. Really funny if the Poison Cloud on crit has no very low internal cooldown. Yeah, I could see that getting pretty crazy. We don't even know things like how much the class feat stacks. We don't know the cooldown or charge count of the action skills. Come on, you got inside knowledge. Alright, let's play this out, whether you're shitposting or just stupid. Would I be able to share that with you? Like, it's actually really fucking annoying when people do that kind of shit. No, I don't have knowledge, but if I did, I legally couldn't tell you. Fucking NDA gets sued by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. It'll be fine. Like, shut up. Chad Blightcaller build, put all the available skill points into their tree. Yeah, like Berserker again. Torg Fealty Oath. It's not trying very hard with these percentages. Claptrap's the ultimate leaker, can't keep his trap shut. True. Claptrap is definitely the individual you wouldn't trust with any privileged info. Just messing, man. Honestly, just heard Snippets the tree released. I figured the number released too with it. So you heard Snippets and decided to be annoying in someone's chat instead of going to the website where you could look at that yourself. Like I said, 2 minutes ago, I don't care if you're messing. I don't care if it's a shitpost or if you're just actively fucking stupid. That shit's annoying. Yes, they revealed the tree for Blightcaller with the action skills and the feat. No, the numbers are not available on that because they don't give the numbers on that on the website because A, values on cards of that shit update dynamically with class power and character level, and B, they might still be subject to change. If you say anything, chat will help you out always, and I appreciate you guys for that. It does mean the world to me. And Indomitable's such a good skill. I'm playing so much more aggressively on this build, after leaning into that and empowering sigils than I was before, and the gameplay loop is just... it's so much nicer. Aggressive play in these games is really rewarded. Even just building a little bit of tank goes such a long way. You notice the damage loss at all from not using the other sigil type? I never really used fortifying sigils on this build for Julio. That was a different setup that preferred that. What I used before was a Smithy's Ire here. It's just a direct damage dealing option, but with the much more available cooldown of the empowering sigil. I just get more hammer throws, so I have less downtime anyway, and I could just fill that time by using actual melee attacks. So it's all good. Now, would I use this on, say, Dreadwind? No, because think about the animation commitment there. You need to cast the spell, and then you need to start your Dreadwind, and it's going to wear off while you're spinning. And for Dreadwind, the biggest thing that interrupts your spins is going down, so the healing is more useful, I'd say, for bossing. The freeze would be really good in mobbing, because not only would you be stacking up Icebreaker faster, but anything that fully froze would get that molt. So it's going to depend on your individual setup, but for this one, I'd say Empowering Sigil's a no-brainer over the other types. Love being aggressive. That's why my favorite class is a Burr and Claw. Yeah. Good choices. Say that outright invincibility while Dreadwind's act would be too powerful? Yes. Yes. Yeah, that'd be insane. The reason I love Empowering Sigil helps keep max haste uptime as well as spellcast chance. Yeah, definitely. I absolutely was not maintaining full enchant uptime before with the smithies. So this is very comfortable. Love getting Trust and Magic on my Bereaver. I had 30k health versus Wastard yesterday. My health ever went low enough for the Desperate Enchant to kick in. Trust and Magic is, yeah, with Unarmored Defense, that's gotta be one of my favorite things. It's still beneficial on a Deathless setup as well, worth noting. So, any of the buffer tanking setups, it's just really nice to have. Purpose of Dreadwind, do you want melee crit or ability crit? Melee crit. It is melee damage, so you want melee crit stuff. Ability damage is just a stat in the formula. It's like how Spellblade doesn't make your melee scale with spell crit, it's still melee. Same concept. Once I put together my Dire Sack build with Burr, can't wait to see what sort of numbers I can have with Trust and Magic. You can get monstrously tanky with that, especially if you also take altar buffs. So a max ward altar buff when using Unarmored Defense has a huge impact on your overall HP. So like grabbing one or two of those, and also having like ward capacity on your armor if you can manage it. Harbinger Amulet's nice because it always has that ward capacity roll. You can get some huge buffer numbers. Ability crit's such an L, so little cares about it. Yeah, it's looking like Blightcaller's gonna get a couple things that are gonna benefit from it, but I still think the impact is gonna be low. Because the base of 5%, it's just, that's what kills it. You can get some very big ability crit bonuses between Blank Slate, Protagonizer, and, you know, passives. But since the base is 5%, the most you're feasibly gonna get that chance to ever, even with absolute max available, is like maybe 20%. Maybe. And 20% might sound great, but think about 20% with low hit frequency. 20% with Dire Sacrifice, where you activate your skill relatively infrequently and it hits each enemy one time before you then have to wait. Contrast that with spells where you can very easily hit 100% with a wide variety of options. Melee, you can hang out at 50+% with a wide variety of options. Guns, where you have crit spots as an option. And then From the Shadows takes your action skill slot, which is exclusive with most sources of ability damage. So you can't even use that in most cases. You could, like, From the Shadows Geist in the Shell might be a thing that works out to be pretty cool once we get Blightcaller. We'll have to see how that plays out. Vigilant Sigil has such a weird uptime. 6.4 seconds? That's just weird. Thinking more of the damage than the chance, but either way. Either way, yeah. Either way. You could get more out of the damage in a situation with, like, Geist in the Shell. 20% for a 1.5 times mult, so on average a 10% damage boost, not worth it for the amount of investment. There you go, there's the numbers. Different abilities should have different base chances listed on the card. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. I think that's a good idea. Because you could give something that doesn't hit frequently, like, say, Cleansing Flames, a much higher crit chance. But instead, Cleansing Flames being melee goes off your melee crit chance, which in fairness you could get higher. But the Nova has that 5%. So not only is it harder to buff the ability damage part of Cleansing Flames, this applies to Storm Dragon's Judgment as well. When's the last time you saw someone use it for dealing damage with the lingering portion? It's just not a thing. Just hit weak point crits with your abilities forehead. If you had to choose one use for the rest of your Wonderland's life, would you pick Hammer Throw, Dreadwind, or Ghostblade? Dreadwind. It would be Dreadwind. Because worst comes to worst, I could just do this with Dreadwind. The same as Storm Dragon's Judgment. Just start and stop it. And I can just use that on any build for enchants. That would also have me playing Berserker, which is well suited to a variety of builds. So that'd give me the most flexibility. Barrage moment. Barrage can weak point, which is cool. But Barrage just doesn't have damage. A Barrage's biggest problems are it's weirdly non-elemental, it's got a low base damage, and it's got a terrible cooldown. They gave Cleansing Flames melee hit an element. And they've buffed the damage of several action skills. Not just Cleansing Flames, but also Dreadwind, Ghostblade. So, like, none of the changes required, except for the cooldown, would be anything they haven't done elsewhere in this game. And technically speaking, Barrage has gotten weaker because it can no longer Spore Fuse. Used to have that as an option, as a mitigating factor. Volatile Great Axe. Let's try and... Another problem is you have to use Spore Ward and use Barrage. At least Spore has this thing where it gives gun damage and ability damage in the early tiers. Like, you got tier 1 gun damage, tier 2 ability damage, so you could spend 10 points to just boost it immediately. And if you want to go further, there's some stuff that's just ultimately kind of nice. You could get better cooldown here for mobbing, mostly. Not really super desirable, but you've also got movement speed and fire rate from here, which is nice. You've got Pet Revive, you've got mag size ammo regen. That's all good stuff. You can get to here. You can get to tier 4 without wasting any points. But then you have the fact that Called Shot is completely incompatible with Barrage and Stickies and a lot of other stuff. And Chance is just not good. And then you're forced into, okay, I guess I have to take something for my companion now, or I have to take Gun Crit Chance, which is a skill that gives something for companion, so that first part's still true. Then you get to this tier, and it's good again. Headhunter and Wrath of Nature are both great, and you don't have to go to play the angles if you're not going to focus guns at that point. So that would leave you enough to get down to tier 5 in another tree, which I don't know what would be most beneficial from another tree for Barrage there, but it's, yeah, it's just not a great position to be in. I did want to respec, so that's why I'm here. I don't really need Oath of Fire here. Maybe I take 1 for the status. I'm thinking of going max dedication here. One Rebuke, 2 Oath of Fire for just having the instances. Yeah, I like that. I could go less status and more crit chance. Honestly, that might be more beneficial, because that'd be more consistency on the actual hammer throw, and then more chance of the dots critting. And maybe I'd do that. I'll lose a little bit of status damage here. So what's my actual effective crit chance with that? 56% on melee, without awe being active. That's pretty solid. And then the status chance is almost 10%. If I had better class power here or here, then the, or here specifically, I guess, then the stab of power would go higher, and that would take me over 10% dot crit chance. But with awe active, I'll have more, so that'd be good. Let's try out this new spec. It'd be cool if Barrage could inherit the elemental type of your currently held gun, kind of like Pog Totem. Yeah, it's very weird to me that it doesn't have that. This cooldown feels nice. Look at that. Even though recalling Storm Dragon's Judgment immediately has like such a forgiving cooldown, dedication is going to give me a little more leeway, especially for farther targets. Hey Shalatoa, how you doing? Hope you're well. What's TPJ stand for? Chat has decided a long time ago. That it's that. I actually need Zombots to down me. I bugged out my hammer. Oh, Indomitable moment. I guess that's... There we go. Juicy indeed. Awkward thing about running dedication with the body rune though, and not using a harbinger. Look how slow that that regen is. It'd be more suited to running with like a Wardu or something like that. Or running a vampire hilt. Thick body jonesing. I suppose. Crit connoisseur. Ooh. There's gonna be some damage. More Vorkanar. Fuck. So much Vorkanar today. Vorkanar. If I had a nickel. New class ever come out? If so, what is it? Blightcaller is the new class. They revealed the skill tree earlier this week, and the release is soon. Soon as in, we're betting either tomorrow or next Thursday. They have not told us which. But yeah, the skill tree was revealed and is available on the website and in the Loot Lemon skill tree planner. Quagcaller indeed. I feel like tomorrow they'll tease it and people will be butthurt that it isn't out yet. There's gonna be people complaining either way. As Harfmill put it accurately yesterday, people are just gonna find a way to be mad. It's not worth considering. Hey Felicia, how you doing? But I want to be mad. Then you'll find a way. I believe in you. Nothing Gearbox can do that'll sit 100% with everyone. Even if they somehow manage to, like, construct the best thing ever, you know, someone's still gonna find fault. It's literally impossible to please certain people. And speaking in a more general sense, it's also impossible to please every category of fan at the same time. So all you can do is try to make the most people happy. That's it. Why didn't they just say the day? Yeah, people complaining about not having the day, people complaining about not having the numbers on the tree, despite, you know, mechanically they can't give accurate numbers. It does not work. What I mean by that, you see this right here, Storm Smite? This value changes depending on your character level and your class power. It changes. Okay, bye shift servers. It actually just changes. So, like, what value are they gonna put there? Now that only covers some of the skills, but for the others, you know, they could still be values that haven't been finalized, etc. And then, if they put the ones that would be accurate and not the ones that wouldn't be, you'd have people complaining, why are only some of the values here? It is an untenable situation. Well, that's why you judge it when it comes out. Even if we don't get it tomorrow, I'm not going to be mad. For them taking their time to work out the bugs and issues, make sure everything's okay, we will get it. Yeah. I've been content waiting. I know some people have gone absolutely stir-crazy, like, where's Blightcaller, where's Blightcaller, flinging their shit at the walls. But, like, take note of how many of those people also called the first 3 DLCs rushed. Can't have it both ways, buddy boy. Game dev's a loveless career. Yup. Your fans hate you, your haters hate you. Channel points are finally starting to feel normalized again after that community event. I was just happy getting the skill tree. I have an idea what it's about. Me too, Shay. I honestly wasn't even expecting that much. I was not expecting them to tease the skill tree in its entirety like that for us. But I'm glad they did. What I was expecting was more a trailer along the lines of, like, the ones we got for the other classes leading up to release. But they gave us the whole tree, and that was fun to dig through. It's good to have an idea. Employer doesn't treat you humanely, yeah. My employer doesn't treat me humanely. The joke is that I'm my employer. Hi, Kevin. He's a good boy. Hype isn't inherently bad, but overhyping can lead to personalized fantasy, idealistic standards. Oh yeah, overhype is something that we've seen the effects of very frequently. I'll give a non-gaming related example. This summer, there was a rumor circulating that Henry Cavill would be, like, appearing at a con and talking about coming back as Superman. Just a completely unsubstantiated rumor, but it picked up steam, and, like, everyone was banking on it, and then it didn't happen. And then people got mad. It's like, no one said that was happening except some random on the internet, and it just caught on. Learning to temper your expectations is a good life skill. Oh, shareholder. How you doing, Kirk? Should unionize. Kevin isn't your employer? No, Kevin is my overlord. Cryo Greed Warden with Warrior is cool, but the Chaos tier isn't. And seriously, Greed Warden's stats are just so bad. The crit damage is awful. The crit chance is very low. The swing speed's fine. But then the base damage is low too. Initial No Man's Sky hype and its later redemption arc are a great gaming hype example. Yeah, Scrun. That's a great example. No Man's Sky is very popular right now and is being correctly applauded for how far it's come. That's a great success story. But expectations were high at the start, and expectations were not met. Now, some of those things were basic things that maybe should have been there. I'm not saying it was all the hype's fault, but tempering expectations can put you in a position where you can enjoy things more easily. There's some people who think in a way that, like, if something doesn't live up to their hype, it's ruined for them forever. That's why you have content creators running around complaining about things in Borderlands 3 that were fixed 2 years ago. Tis a mentality thing. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. It was mildly scary, but yeah, mostly good. Cyberpunk wasn't over hyped at all. It was a quiet launch. Yeah, only 7 years of marketing with one of the biggest actors in the world attached to it as well. Not a lot of hype at all. I stand all creators who don't kowtow to the whims of their fan bases. True. Hi, cat. Is there an issue with Shift? Can't seem to sign in. Just a me issue. There seems to be an issue with Shift right now, Gator Paul. I don't know if it's scheduled maintenance or not. I haven't been paying attention, but I did just... It went down for me about 5 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, something like that. Yeah, not just you. I have a cat on my desk. Get a gearbox shift. Yeah. That one took me a while to figure out too. Jake just jaking. He's living his best Jake life. Yeah, that cooldown from dedication is really nice. My action skill's cooling down fast. This Amalgam's trying. Only chaotic, sadly, but rolled the right class combo. 2 Nimble Fingers is good. Melee damage, area damage. Movement speed is nice, but gun crit chance and ward regen delay while only being chaotic. Nope. Hey Pigman, how you doing? Chums? It's my second chums in like a month. Good, you? Doing okay. Doing okay. Today's a bit of a day, but doing okay. It's 2? Oh yeah, you resist that. Holy hell, chums? Yeah. I've gotten chums twice. In 2 days now, actually. High roller. Complete best chums. I guess I hadn't gotten them on this character. That was the other one, yeah. Chumeldor, make it happen. All three at the same time, pain. I still do want to fight multiple Barkensteins at once. I just want an event where all bosses are doubled. You just have to fight 2 of them. Like, imagine having 2 drills in different phases at the same time. Two nightmares in different positions. 2 Wastards both unable to hit you. Who hurt you? I like difficulty. Two Banshees oscillating across the battle arena. Love that event, but make it like a switch, you have to flip to opt into it. I guess. Two pigworts? Yes. Just an obelisk room. Oops, all pigworts. Every enemy, pigwort. To spawn pigwort, you have to kill enough pigworts. 2 Solisas, 1 inside. The callback. The masterful callback, well done. 2 Banshees we call double Dutch. Oops, all pigworts, I'd play that. It'd be like the Mimic Run, but actually fun. The Mimic Run was great for money, but all Pigwort Run, could you imagine speedrunning that shit? Like, that would be impressive. Pulling really good times with that. Because you'd have to prioritize having methods of damage that can skip phases, or setting up multiple Pigworts to skip phases at the same time, or using dots to keep damaging them while they're immune, or other methods that keep doing damage while they're immune, such as Dagger Storms, Rain of Arrows. Those will keep doing damage. It'd be really cool to just plan around. This is the real Zomboss, every enemy is Zomboss. That'd be fun. Because leaving one Zomboss alone long enough would have it just, like, yank you towards it. 3 Imeldas? No, stop. You'd have 1 in each position at a time, but they could overlap too. So you just have 3 of them standing in one place, you go to attack them, they all teleport to the other side. Oh, that'd be the worst. Imagine a target farm run where you pick a named enemy, every single enemy for that run. Co-op all Pigworts to be a spectacle and a half. Yes. Attack of the real Sharknado, 5 phase 4 chums at once. An issue with spawning enemies like that is some have functions that are like tied to their arena. There's some bosses that don't. Let's use Borderlands 3 as an example. You can put Kilovolt anywhere and he works. His phases work, he functions. Obviously you don't get the floor thing, but Kilovolt functions. But if you try to put Wotan outside of its map, it doesn't do everything it's supposed to. For example. Some enemies just don't properly work when put in other areas. So I based on this being similar game, in terms of core function, same engine, yada yada, I imagine some of the same limitations would be in place, but it's still cool to think about. Primordial Greed Ward, might be my first one. Echo. Sure. Sure you said it, but I missed it. Oh, why are you looking for the specific purple axe? What kind of shenanigans do you have in mind? It's really good paper DPS. I can, I have one that's not quite what I want, but that's in the neighborhood. I can show some gameplay with it to get the point across. Queen's Cartages are actually pretty good for crystals when a Skelly chain's on it. Ooh, that's good to know. Against X, some questions. Hey, shift appears to be back up. That's cool. So this isn't going to be ideal because my Executioner's Blade's going to suffer a lot from this, but I have this. An ancient one. I believe I can get a higher damage roll here. You can get 1600 if you get the right hilt on this. And I would want Warrior. But the featured. This is with a purple Great Axe. Still the melee Scalawag? Yes. So, the thing with Great Axes is their card DPS is the highest of, like, any melee weapon. It is the highest that we've found so far, anyway. Now, Salt and Battery still effectively wins because of the Dagger Storm. But for a sort of hybrid like this, Great Axe might properly win. Because the higher base helps out Executioner's Blade a lot, for example. This is also something I want to keep an eye out for my Ghost Blade setup. Oh, same framed. Is Castor the only boss non-chambers? Yes. Use a noise gate or push to talk. I use push to talk. What do we consider a boss? Big health bar on the screen. So that includes all the chamber bosses, raid bosses, DLC bosses, and Ribula. And Caster. Where there's Vorkanar in the chambers, but not Caster. Why would Vorkanar not be in the chambers? How is Vorkanar being in the chamber weird? Vorkanar was even literally the boss they used to promote the game a month before it came out. I do think it's weird that Caster's not in the chamber, but like, Vorkanar being there just makes sense. Right, Vorkanar is in the demo. Yeah, it kind of blows up that weird conspiracy theory that I still see circling of people saying Vorkanar was DLC that they put in the game last second. No. 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 Never once seen you mess up push to talk. Muscle memory, honestly. Yesterday, I accidentally muted once. But that's because I use voice activation on games where I have a controller. So, like, I have a keybind set up for that, which looks like this. So, I was muted there even though I was still holding the button. I messed that up like twice ever. Wonder if you'd originally planned a more special boss for End of Crackmass Cove besides the judge. I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. Vorkanar was the boss from a 2-quest arc. Caster is the end of a small, barely one-room quest. That's fair. He still had a boss health bar and, like, is cool, so I get people wanting him in the chamber. I don't think that's, like, a bad ask or anything. It's not like the talking point of, oh, all these non-respawnable unique enemies, and it's literally a fucking regular skeleton with a different name and, like, a blue toenail. Like, that's a bit different, but... Caster's actually unique. Oof, got me. See, this is where Warrior would be nice. Just a little bit of extra damage I'm missing. Slight obsession with Snake Lady's mini-boss is a bit weird. We have 4 if I'm not mistaken. Lycia, Celissa, the Sand Shara. What's the other one? What's the other one? I can think of 3. Celissa more like Belissa. Got him. Gonna be Vesper. One in the whale. What's the name of that one? How you doing, Carter? Seriously, no idea. So underwhelming. We're just talking in the game. Yeah, in the quest line, inside of the whale, you fight a snake, and I don't remember which one that is. Because Lycia is an obelisk boss. Celissa's the Oasis boss. And then Shara, that's the Karnok's Wall boss, right? That's the Karnok's Wall obelisk? What's the fourth one? I just don't remember the name. I'm pretty sure it was just like a regular badass with a different name, but I don't remember the name. Vibing with no hot water? Oof. I'm sorry, man. That's an accidental button press. Feeling smell like shit, it's truly unlucky. So many people I know have been having, like, basic utilities problems lately. It's so frustrating. People going a week without internet. Just losing their hot water. Losing power for days at a time due to grid not being designed to, you know, heat or cool people appropriately. Just, it's frustrating. It's sad. Viscetta? I have no idea. You're already dead. Enemies. Hey, wait a minute. I'm not dead. Oh, no. Gotta run for meeting. Thanks for the fun. Have a good one. Take it easy, JC. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Hope your meeting goes well. In just Celissa Quest alone, there are like 5 uniquely named coiled enemies. That's the one in the whale? Okay, loading screen. I think it's just a regular badass with a different name. So I would still say we have 3 coiled bosses slash mini bosses that are like actually bosses or mini bosses, actually unique. Which I don't think that's the most. I think we have more unique Cyclops than that. If we include all the obelisk ones. 2 coiled or obelisk? Yeah, yeah. The Crackmast and the Karnok's Wall obelisks are both coiled. People know the name, she would respawn at dedicated drops. Here's the thing with that, Lukosius. Nobody who actually values gameplay gives a fuck about that enemy respawning and having dedicated drops. Because here's why. It is not a unique enemy. Slapping a name on something and not changing anything about it does not make it a unique enemy. It is functionally the same. It's like if you take a random goblin and just call him Fred. Is Fred now a mini-boss that should respawn and have a dedicated drop? No, it's a random fucking goblin. Who cares? Like, by this logic, Celissa's left shark and right shark should respawn and have dedicated drops. No, they're literally just random enemies. Doesn't matter. Is Fred related to Pigwort? Cousin, actually. Left shark and right shark having their own meme drops would be kind of neat, though. Would it, though? Because how do you farm that? You have to go fight Celissa and then die in the Celissa fight to refarm that? or just like it would serve the role of adding more dedicated drops into Salissa's pool, which people have specifically asked for them to be spread out because they only pop up during Salissa fight. It wouldn't be good. Regular Goblin Badass, this is all 3 elements of them. Pigwort. Look at what you just said. Regular Goblin Badass that has this different thing. So... different thing. Pigwort is not a regular enemy with the name Pigwort slapped on. Pigwort has mechanical differences. Pigwort has multi-elements, multiple resistances, immune phases. Like, that's a unique enemy. It's actually different. So no, it is not the same. Don't get me wrong, there are unique enemies that are not part of the chamber pool, for example, that have different attacks and stuff and are meaningfully different. That great white shark, for example, that's a different one. That fucking bloomp that spellcasts, that's a different one. Eros Wyvern, that's a different one. But like, you're not talking about those. This goes back to the point that I've made time and time again about addressing accurate criticisms instead of inventing ones. Like, nobody gives a shit that Fred the Goblin doesn't respawn, because Fred the Goblin isn't a unique enemy, no matter how much you like the name Fred. But if you were to talk about enemies like Buckethead, you know, Great White, Caster, those are ones that, yeah, you get me on board. Release the Fred cut. Yes. None of the Wyvern bosses are Chaos Chamber Obelisk enemies, and that's something that I would love to see introduced into the pool. Eros Wyvern has a unique mechanic of healing. It has a lifesteal attack that you have to either LOS or kill it before it can do it. That is a unique enemy. Crab fused with a boat from the Lechance quest, that's another one. But when I hear people talking about just coiled that have names and no different mechanics, like, I'm confused with their goblin named Fred. No, it's a hypothetical example. We can go with a different one, like I'm literally doing right now. The multiple named coiled from the Salissa questline that have no additional mechanics, they just have names. Those are not unique enemies that should respawn and have dedicated drops. Like, they're regular fucking enemies. Third plays Pigwort with Fred, I'm in. Wait until modding comes out. This pickaxe is... or not pickaxe, a great axe is trying. It's vampire, it's got the high crit damage roll, but it's non-Ellie, and that base damage is kind of low. What's so special then about Mike, not the shroom, not the paladin? Okay, here's the thing. You are creating words that I did not say. Did I ever say Mike is special? No. There are multiple enemies that spawn as obelisk bosses that I'm like, wait, you're not different. Taskmaster, for example, is literally just a troll wearing a hat. I have not found any real differences between Mike and a regular just colony shroom. Like, I'm not saying that all the enemies that are available as chamber bosses right now are unique, but I'm saying the ones that aren't, this weird take that they should be made to respawn, and okay, you're still, like, the goalposts are gonna move. It's a stupid request. It's stupid. It's as silly to me as the assertion that changing a loot beam's color is more content. It's not. It's as silly to me as the assertion that putting invincible in an enemy's name makes it a boss. No, you have to actually change something about it. Changing a text field is not content. Changing an RGB value is not content. What about slightly light blue color beams as prime content? What's a value I want? What then, Quag? Didn't think about that, did you? I didn't. That's a real L for me. But the farm pearls make less than no sense to me unless there's legitimate reason to want to farm for them. In contemporary history, there aren't many instances of that being the case. There's a couple that were good, but in 0 of the games the rarity has been in, of only 2 by the way, have they been desirable compared to other rarities. Outdone by legendaries in BL1, outdone by legendaries in BL2. It's a useless rarity. Glad it's gone, hope it never comes back. Now Seraphs though, give me those. Release the Fred cut. I'm not gonna tweet that one, Roddy, but I will refund your points and we can make that the raid message, if you like. But yeah, we're gonna call it here. I'm gonna find somewhere for us to go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, for all the love and support. Tomorrow is Thursday, so hopefully a hotfix, some kind of info on Blightcaller or something. Maybe it even drops tomorrow. We'll have to find out. Let's see. Peric's doing art. Tizzle's on Transistor. Rexy's playing Fall Guys. Bird's on Destiny. Lazy's playing Wonderlands. Yeah, let's keep it in the Wonderlands directory for now. Raid message would be release the Fred cut. Let's add Quagcaller to that. Let's do that. Sen's still farming a Skulldugger Fealty Oath. Pain. Fred the Ultimate, amazing, unbeatable Goblin of Mount Craw raid boss. Yeah, the Invincible. Because not a boss unless that's there. But thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, we get big news for Wonderlands. At the very least, we'll get featured and stuff. So we'll see what happens. But have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.